God, it's been so long since I last fucking played this. I don't even remember what the fuck I was doing. By the way, welcome the fuck back, motherfuckers. This is Final Fantasy V. I do have to modify some of this. Oh, I forgot this had jobs. Alright. Already learning a little something back. Oh, why's my PC being a piece of shit? There we go. I do not know where I'm at in the story here. Just curious. So I've mastered Knight, Mystic Knight, Summoner. Knight, Dragoon. Thief, Ninja, Samurai. Monk. White Mage, Time Mage. Beastmaster. Oh, Ghost Wolf is back. Welcome back, Ghost Wolf. I haven't seen you pop in like a week, at least. One other thing I wanna All right. I will say it's obvious I've gotten a fair way into this game. I don't think I played it for more than a week once before, so we'll wait and see how this plays out. I like doing training, so spend some time this week training up. It's going to depend on how tough battles are when I step back into it. Again, I sincerely do not fucking remember where I'm at with this. I have not played this in months, maybe as much as a year. Ugh. Yo, shit, bro. What's up, my dude? Also, I have a question for people. Am I the only one who finds it horribly ironic and hilarious? There are a bunch of people out there who say they fucking hate Overwatch, yet they play Marvel Rivals. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not afraid to speak the fucking truth here. Marvel Rivals is just Overwatch with Marvel characters. That is all it is. It is not its own unique game. It does not have its own unique system. It is fucking Overwatch dressed up like Marvel. It's a Marvel cosplay of Overwatch. So how the fuck you gonna sit there and tell me you fucking hate Overwatch, but you love playing Marvel Rivals? The fuck is wrong with you? You're basically playing the same fucking game. Fucking kids today, man. I swear. Alright. Before I could actually get into playing, though, I do have a couple things I need to do. I need to go grab coffee. I need to go change up my laundry. And I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Oh. God damn it. It's twisted so easily. Alright, bitches. What's up? Alright, let's re-up this real quick. My laptop will decide to stop being a douchebag. I need to get a new TV, plug my desktop into so I can start using that on a regular basis. That's working so much better. I will have to take a moment, a little bit. I've got food coming. I'll have to go down and grab that. But till then, let's see. I'll choose a ranger right now. Oh. Alright, get your Pokeballs in the chat, folks. Let's get some Pokeballs in chat. That is super annoying. Things aren't wanting to fucking die. Alright folks, I gotta go down and grab my food. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Alright, I'm back. Fucking literally a fight that won't end, goddammit. Hey, Mystic. Mystic, Coffee of Death is in. How you doing? The Coffee, Mystic, Wizard, God, Maverick, Ghost Wolf, and Ship Bro. All currently in chat room. Thank you very fucking much. Pokeballs out. I've literally been trying to beat those things for like 5 minutes. Words are hard. I don't think I can win this. Every time I knock one of them out, he fucking pops back in. Let's get some Pokeballs out. What the fuck are they doing? Why are they wasting... God damn it, you fucking piece of shit. Yo, what's up, vibes? Don't you come in here disrespecting Miracle Whip. I'll kick your butt. I'm up to 19 grand. Oh, these things are fucking annoying. White mage, red mage.
Screaming into the ether as to why you dipped your dick in Red Bull. this? Avatar! Suka?
I'm not finished with you. This is the Avatar? Susan, he's a little boy.
Susan? Who are you?
Can't tell. I've been told the family resemblance is strong. I will capture the Avatar and restore my honor.
I've never said that! Okay, fair. I probably should explain this. So yes, snow leopards are actually leopards. Snow leopards are brother panthers, along with lions, tigers, jaguars, and actual leopards. But it turns out, out of all those cats, snow leopards are genetically closest to tigers. Basically, snow leopards and tigers share a common ancestor about 2 million years ago. When you think about it, that's not that long ago. For reference, we were believed to have a common ancestor with chimpanzees about 6 to 8 million years ago. So yeah, tigers and snow leopards are cousins, and they're actually way closer to each other than snow leopards are to real leopards. Moral of this video, we call them snow leopards, but we really should be calling them ice tigers. It's actually kind of tough. Okay, fair, I probably should explain this. So yeah, snow leopards are actually leopards. Snow leopards are brother panthers, along with lions, tigers, jaguars, and actual leopards. But it turns out, out of all those cats, snow leopards are genetically closest to tigers. Basically, snow leopards and tigers share a common ancestor about 2 million years ago. When you think about it, that's not that long. For reference, we were believed to have a common ancestor with chimpanzees about 6 to 8 million years ago. So yeah, tigers and snow leopards are cousins, and they're actually way closer to each other than snow leopards are to real leopards. Moral of this video, we call them snow leopards, but we really should be calling them ice tigers. It's actually kind of tough. Okay, fair, I probably should explain this. So yeah, snow leopards are actually leopards. Snow leopards are brother panthers, along with lions, tigers, jaguars, and actual leopards. But it turns out, out of all those cats, snow leopards are genetically closest to tigers. Basically, snow leopards and tigers share a common ancestor about 2 million years ago. When you think about it, that's not that long ago. For reference, we were believed to have a common ancestor with chimpanzees about 6 to 8 million years ago. So yeah, tigers and snow leopards are cousins, and they're actually way closer to each other than snow leopards are to.
During a family trip, I woke up inside a small boat in the middle of a lake, alone with my 11-year-old daughter. No pause. My parents and sister were gone. You chose this. I did this. Years later, my sister were calling their lawyers in a panic. First there was water, then nothing. The lake lay still like glass straws.
Alright, I need to run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Also check my laundry, so hang tight.
Not a breath of wind, just the boat creaking softly beneath us like a paddle running on its own. oars dipped into the water, and we glided forward. Pretty right? Maya asked. It is. She leaned into me. I opened the thermos, poured some tea. The smell was sickly sweet, not like chamomile at all.
Oh, holy shit. That was a holy shit.
She took a few sips. Can I lie down for a bit? Rest. She curled up under the blanket, kept rowing. The oars made soft sounds. Aaron's boat had already disappeared ahead. My parents were somewhere behind. I could still hear their lawnmower in the distance. Then my head started to spin. My eyelids got heavy. I set the oars down and leaned against the side of the boat. The last thing I remember was the taste of tea and voices. Laughter far away, then darkness. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight was in my face, too bright. The boat rocked beneath me. My mouth was dry. I sat up fast, too fast. My heart slammed into my ribs. I looked around, nothing. Just water. Maya was still curled up at the bottom of the boat, cheek red from the sun. I reached over and touched her shoulder. Maya, wake up. She stirred. Her eyes opened slowly, confused at first. Then she sat up. Where is everyone? I scanned the horizon. No boats, no people, no sounds. Our motor was dead. Just a backpack, 2 water bottles, and folded piece of paper pinned beneath the rock. Did up. Unfolded it. Chose this a sentence, a verdict. Soft, final. Mom, Maya whispered. What is that? I didn't answer. Tucked the note into the backpack and zipped it. Shut around again. The shoreline was far too far. No buildings, no trails, just open water in every direction. My hands trembled. My stomach twisted. There was a metallic taste in my mouth. Minty tea. Course. They drugged us, I said aloud. Do you remember falling asleep? No, I was just tired. Thought it was from the sun. From the boat. I nodded. They drugged us in the tea or the water. Made sure we were far enough out. Made sure we wouldn't wake up until it was too late. Then they left us. Because I said no, because I didn't sign the paperwork, because I didn't hand over the land, because I wasn't useful anymore. I looked at Maya. Her breathing was fast. Her lips pale. Mama, are we living here now? No, I said. We're getting out. Promise. I wrapped the blanket around her shoulders, held her close, stared up at the sky, and felt something solid lock into place inside me. Thought they got rid of us. They were wrong. There had been a motor. I remembered that clearly we were moving when Maya started yawning, and I'd even rowed a little to keep us steady. Now, the motor just dangled off the back, lifeless. No key. Cable detached. The oar is gone, completely vanished. The boat drifted like
Give me a
someone tossed
minute.
it aside. Plan was perfect. Leave us in the quiet. No direction, no exit. I tried rowing with the lid of the backpack. Then just my hands. Pointless. Boat spun in lazy circles, but went nowhere. The water was too still current, too subtle. Drift was real, slow, inevitable. I watched the sun, the shadows. We were moving, just not where we needed to go. Maya was silent. No more questions. Just a look. That kind of look kids give when they already know the answer. Still hope you'll say something different.
Laptop's being a piece of shit.
I broke off the bigger half from her corner for myself. She chewed, slowly struggling. Asked for water. I gave it to her. Didn't drink any myself. My throat was too tight. When the sun climbed higher, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. My eye said, listen to me carefully. She nodded. I'm going to swim. I have to. No, Mom, no day. I can't. We have no food. No way to call for help. If I don't make it, someone will find you. But if we both stay, no one ever will. We disappear. But you'll come back. I'll do
Hey,
everything I can.
Mythic.
I'll send
How you doing?
I swear she didn't answer right away. Then softly, what if I fall asleep and wake up alone? You'll sing to yourself, like you do at home, or make up stories. Think about the park. Remember the park. She nodded again. Face was pale. White as paper. I opened the backpack and took out everything that mattered. The second bottle of water, the blanket, a life vest, one last bar. Laid them all out in front of her. Don't move. Don't stand. Don't shout unless someone's close. Too see a helicopter wave with anything you've got, I wanted to say you'll be okay, but I couldn't, because I wasn't sure I would be. I grabbed a scrap of paper scrawled, "My name is Caroline Harper. I'm swimming for help. My daughter Maya is in this boat. She is not alone. I'm coming back." I tucked the note beneath the water bottle and pressed it down. Maya looked at me, eyes wide, not crying, but her bottom lip trembled. If she cried, I'd break off my shoes, pulled my hair into a knot, handed her my jacket. "Wear this, so you don't burn, Mom." She whispered it like a secret. "I love you." I nodded. "I love you too, sweetheart." I hugged her tight, kissed her forehead, did her one last time, tried to memorize everything, every freckle, every eyelash. Then I slipped into the water. It was colder than it looked, not freezing, but cold enough to shock my body into a tight coil. Strokes, not fast as that don't waste time. gas, no ignition, key, everything disabled. I swam for, I don't know, an hour, maybe 2. Maya stayed behind alone. Will you consent to a toxicology screen? That evening he came back. Preliminary tox results. Both of us had traces of strong sedatives. This may constitute chemical sedation. Blake said, given the isolation, the lack of fluid communication, and a child involved, this could qualify as attempted homicide. We've sent the note for forensic testing. Also, they match your sisters. My numbers were cold. Later in the hallway, a doctor pressure, probably fear of real prison time. First in a private interview with detectives, then under oath, my mother admitted she knew Erin had a plan. She wanted to teach me a lesson to make me understand what being alone feels like. She said she didn't stop her, said she knew the team was drugged. My father backed her up. There had been conversations. Yes, Erin said I was being selfish. Maybe if I got scared, I'd be more cooperative. They insisted they never meant for anyone to die. Plan was to come back for us, but it got out of hand. They said that.
Hello, Mateo.
Sedated adrift, no food, no way to call for help. No one
Welcome
searched.
in for Sun Chatter.
To kill us or not.
Tell me, sir, how'd you find me?
Was that they made sure we wouldn't come back. That was enough for the law. My parents got a deal in exchange for full testimony. They got 5 years probation, no jail time. Their statements changed everything. Now there was motive, a method, plan, and confirmation. 3 months later, the trial began. The DA charged Erin and Dean with conspiracy, child endangerment, reckless endangerment, and attempted serious harm. They both pleaded not guilty, tried to blame it on me. Caroline was unstable. She was grieving. She planned it herself. The judge saw the statements, the medical reports, forensic analysis, the photos the rangers took of the boat. Erin got 7 years eligible for parole after 4. Dean got 5, at least 2. 5 mandatory. Maya and I started a new house, small, quiet windows facing an open field. Every night she'd sit on the porch, wrapped in a blanket reading. She remembered everything, but she kept going, moving to herself, quiet and steady. I moved the land into an irrevocable trust. Mine as the owner, no one could sell it, lease it, touch it, until she turned 25. I pulled my funds from the family trust, B&B closed, cash flow dried up. Everything they built collapsed in a day. I didn't scream. I signed papers that night. We sat on the porch. Maya flipped a page in her book. Mom, she asked me, did you really think you wouldn't make it? I hugged her. I didn't know, but I knew you wouldn't give up. Sometimes revenge isn't a scream. It's a form, a signature, quiet line drawn in ink, and the silence you can finally breathe in. Thank you for staying with us until the very end. Do you think they deserved their sentence? Or did it go too far? Tell us in the comments. If this story hit something inside you, subscribe and stay with us. There's more to come.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
other side, a small, controlled exhale as she been waiting for this moment. My father rested his hand on his glass, swirling it slowly as if preparing to deliver a mild lecture. I felt heat rise in my cheeks, not from embarrassment, but from the pattern unfolding in front of me. It always happened this way. Somebody wants me.
Finally.
someone whose presence automatically demanded respect. People responded to that confidence, my family included. The more I studied him, the clearer it became that he wasn't just maintaining an image, he was protecting it. The polished confidence, the curated stories, the seamless way he redirected questions, all pointed to someone who had rehearsed every version of himself before revealing it to others. The idea didn't make me angry. It made me focused. Late that evening, Alex sent a message saying he had found something unusual in public filings. Not illegal, not alarming, just strange. Evan's name appeared on paperwork. He had no website, no staff listings, no project history. It existed on paper and nowhere else. There was no way to find it, but it deepened my curiosity. People register small LLCs all the time. But when someone boasts about final responsibilities at a major questions about their intentions. It hinted at parallel work. I asked Alex to look deeper.
Alright, Lena.
To celebrate possessions reveal the priorities of our family. The newest technology, stylish clothing, and everything Kate needed for her many extracurricular activities were always in her room. In contrast, my room was filled with handbags. When I expressed interest in taking music lessons, I had to
Alright, I need to go check my laundry real quick. Be right back, hang tight.
I do. It started out as sporadic babysitting. The request, Elizabeth, could you watch the boys for a few hours, became a weekly ritual, which was later extended into evenings whenever they had appointments. My parents were in favor of this arrangement, stating, this is what family does. Kate and her husband, Jack, 43M, assumed that I would always be there to assist them whenever I attempted to object. Even while I am with twins, who are now active 7-year-olds, they are drinking. The routine is the same every weekend. buddies from pottery class, book club, and work. No expectations, no family, just individuals who embrace me for who I am.
Oh, goody, goody, goody. My common household, like everyday thing I like to wear, is fucking cleaned.
Update 3. It has been a life-changing 3 months. I don't want to describe how it has all come together. Confrontation rather than anticipating arrived last week. My father unexpectedly came home from the police. His nephew we got together in a restaurant close to my workplace. For the first time in my life, we truly saw his sister. Conversation that ensued was the most candid one I've ever had with my father. I described how their incessant focus on paving and impacted me emotionally as much as practically. I told him about memories he had forgotten or had never noticed, dreams disregarded, accomplishments overlooked, and birthdays neglected. His reaction was surprising. He sat for a long time in quiet, not making the normal defense of their decisions. At last, he stated he thought we were doing what was best for the family. We never saw how much we were hurting. Although that wasn't quite an apology, it was the first time I'd ever been acknowledged. When we inquired about married life, that was the true turning point. He paid attention first as I discussed my father, and the new acquaintances I had made. Even though it was not flawless, I showed him pictures of the base I had built. I was shocked when he said things. You seem to have built a good life for yourself without us. Recognition and grief in his voice were true. He agreed. Changed the most. I get to spend the weekends any way I want. I've started learning Spanish, joined a local hiking group, and even started being someone who respects and values my limits. I'm creating a life for the first time that is true to who I am rather than what my family demands of me. The twins sent me a home son, which was obviously written under supervision. It was filled with statements and statements.
announced it.
You to agree to come along. And why did you bring popcorn and a camera?
So he wasn't lying when he said you can only see when he wants you to see.
It's impossible to hide from me. I got X-ray vision unless he can hide holes that are literally microscopic. He can find
Oh, I hide something in holes, that's for sure.
Jesus Christ. Where did you come from?
It doesn't matter where I come from. The only thing you should be concerned about is where I'm going to go next.
There's a huge one. Strongest creature on the planet. And a booty warrior. I brought him here for two reasons. Bloody revenge and protection.
First of all, the strongest creature on the planet. And secondly, if I want you dead, no force on this earth can stop me. And thirdly, what the hell is a booty warrior?
A booty warrior is a creature that has taken the path as a being of vengeance and punishment to the booties of those deserving of said punishment. The path of the booty warrior is a path few know about, and even fewer can survive. Those who have been spotted by a booty warrior, and woe their booty. For as sure as the sun will rise, their booty will be pulverized.
Yeah, now look at this. What the why are you still alive?
So you weren't kidding when you said you have a technique that can break a man's spine with a
From
slap.
now on, Homelander, I'm gonna put it straight for you. Your butt is about to be ruined, and Billy is gonna record it all.
Do you not know who I am? I'm the fucking Homelander.
Nah, to me, you're my uncle, and you're gonna pander to this meat.
There's a lot about the job that isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. One of them is Sentry. It's kind of a different type of automation where it's going to go through on whatever schedule, whatever cadence, and it picks off one of.
All right, bud, that's it. I'm going to kill you.
Unless you're gonna give me sloppy toppy, moving your mouth has no use right now. I hear you represent America. Well, I'm gonna treat your booty like America did the economy of Cuba.
Yeah, you don't like it when the tables are turned now. This is gonna get so many views, Homelander. Yeah, that was...
The U.S. Navy is like
My billionaire grandfather saw me going in and out of a shelter and shouted, "Why aren't you using the house I gave you?" I have no idea. But my mom panicked and said, "I was going to tell you today, but I gave it to her sister. She deserves it more." 30 minutes later, police cars arrived. "Kelly, don't tell me. What are you doing here?" The voice cut out. I stopped in my tracks for just a second. Agitation. I forced myself to rein him down. He stared at me from head to toe as if he were seeing something unbelievable. Brown jeans, a cheap hoodie layered on top, and a sports bag containing everything I owned. Why are you coming out of a place like this, Kelly? Answer me. His voice was trembling, not with anger, but with deep shock and fear of the reality that is. Student transitional housing. There are reasons, but I'm fine. I'm still going to school and I'm managing somehow. Fine. There's no way this is fine. He raised his voice and passers-by turned around in surprise. Striding toward me, he grabbed my now thin arm tightly. Headed to the house. The house I gave you. I frowned at the words that burst from his mouth. The house. I didn't understand what he meant. What are you talking about? What house? The house I gave you 6 months ago. A furnished 3-bedroom house in the Riverside district. I had nowhere I could rely on. The only saving grace was that my grandfather, Frank, paid my university tuition directly. It's worth investing in anyone who truly wants to learn. That was his goal. Not for him, I would have dropped out of college long ago. When I dragged myself the electricity bill went up, so starting next month. Mom, my part-time wages are already at their limit. Why don't you guys... The moment I put it my mother's Ashley has a she has two small children. I was dizzy from hunger and exhaustion, but I knew all too well that this feast wasn't meant for me. When I stepped into the living room, it felt like entering a different kingdom. The dining table was covered with lavish dishes, and my mother Grace looked on. My sister Ashley Mom, you're back. My mother noticed me and paused with her fork mid-air. In her eyes, I caught a faint trace of annoyance, as if an interruption had arrived. Welcome home, but I'm sorry. Today is Ashley's recovering from child care party. We didn't prepare anything for you. Without a word, I took off my shoes and headed for the kitchen. There should have been a salad chicken I'd splurged on.
Pokeballs in chat.
you're single. Living for one person is manageable.
Yo, what's up, Beast?
Just a mature phase of life. I swallowed my anger and retreated to my room. The moment I opened the door, I was struck speechless. My small room, supposed to be my sanctuary, had been the notes I'd spread across my desk, scattered all over the floor. My precious textbooks. Burst into tears and surprise, and Ashley came rushing in. Information alone kept me from losing my sanity, but I didn't know then. I didn't know that by that point already, my golden ticket out of this hell had been concealed. My 20th birthday fell on a new and Chris were gathered around the dining table, whispering in hushed tones. The moment I opened the door, they jerked their heads up and hurriedly hid the documents spread across the table. Oh, Kelly. My father, David said. Today is your 20th birthday, huh? Congratulations. Here, my mother, Grace, casually tossed me an envelope containing Jordan Disler's worth of gift cards. Thanks. Contact you. The internet will be my parents It really is wonderful. It's so spacious. It's like a guest room. Are you guys moving? Ashley, triumphant grin. Yes, we finally found a house worthy of us. Oh, did Chris find a job? Hey, watch your mouth. Chris snapped, beer in hand. This is just well. Life sounds so bad after all. I lost spacious rooms for them. How did you even afford something like that? That's none of your concern. My father cut in sharply. What is important is this. There's nothing that keep you there. It felt as though time had stopped. Exactly what it sounds like. That house is
Oh, excuse me.
for Ashley's family. You're 20 now, aren't you? Don't you think it's shameful for an adult daughter to be leeching?
That's alright.
My father roared.
Bit of a long day because it's laundry day.
Opportunity in life, and instead of
But yesterday was very productive. I made a card order for some stuff that I need for some of my Digimon stuff that is going to vastly improve several of my decks. Yeah, fucking $200 card order, but with shipping, handling, and everything else, I'll include like $250. But worth it.
My family had already moved their belongings out. With nowhere else to go, I eventually ended up in a small
Now I just gotta order some shoes, because fucking pair I bought like 2 years ago. Like, literally 2 years ago, and they're already fucking gone to shit. Fucking torn up and every damn thing. Yeah, I wear them all the time, but, you know, I'm not out enough to fucking do that kind of damage in 2 years. Like, the fuck. So sick of this planned obsolescence bullshit in fucking today's products. I got a pair of hiking boots I can still wear. I've had them some bitches for like a decade, and they're still wearable, even if it's only barely. How the fuck am I gonna get a pair of hiking boots a decade ago that are still fucking wearable, even if it is just barely wearable, and I buy a pair of goddamn tennis shoes 2 years ago, and then some bitches are already gone to shit? Kind of fucking bullshit is this?
I trusted your parents too much. He wiped his tears and looked at me with eyes full of resolve. Kelly, listen carefully. That house Ashley is living in, the one in Riverside, I bought it with my own money and registered it in your name. It is your house. What? The deed and the keys were entrusted to your parents through my lawyer. I told them it was a surprise for you. They stole it, deceived you, and even drove you out. A cold chill ran down my spine. That house, the one Ashley had bragged about as being worthy of them, was mine. That can't be true. It is, and I'll prove it. My grandfather placed me in a luxury hotel suite and made sure I ate properly. While I rested, he called my mother, Grace. Dad, how's the business in South America? Her surly voice came through the speaker. By the way, how is Kelly doing? I haven't been able to reach her. Oh, she's but hanging on the front door was a tasteless wreath that read, "Welcome to the Smith family. Are you ready?" Yes, I'm ready. My grandfather. From inside came my mother's cheerful. My grandfather said coldly, "This is a party at your new house, isn't it? Get in." He brushed past my mother and strode confidently into the entrance. When we entered the living room, the scene before us was a full-blown dance. On a sofa, Ashley was spreading out a grand designer was a high spirits, carving the turkey. Staring at me in my dress. What are you talking about? Kelly was living in an apartment. Silence. My grandfather's shout cracked like thunder. I'm not here for excuses. We are settling everything here and now. The police and the lawyers are already on their way. This is not a family. This is a trial. Police. From afar, the sound of sirens began to grow louder. Dad, wait. This is all a misunderstanding. We were going to tell her today. We gave the house to Ashley. She has a family. She deserves it more. My mother screamed, trying to grab my grandfather's arm, but my grandfather slapped her hand away. There is no misunderstanding. What you did to Kelly is crime. Embezzlement, forgery of private documents, fraud. At those words, Ashley, trembling, cut in. But Grandpa Kelly is single. She can't manage such a big house alone. I have children. Wouldn't it be more reasonable for the whole family to use it? Kelly would understand, right? Right, Kelly? She looked at me desperately, her eyes pleading. Please go along with it. I slowly shook my head. No, Ashley, I never agreed to anything. I wasn't even told this house existed. You hid the documents, lied to me, and then threw me out. That was to encourage your independence. My father began, but before he could finish, 3 police officers and a lawyer entered. Mr. Frank Smith, we're here after hearing of your report. No. Are you going to arrest us? Ashley screamed. We are not making arrests at this time, the lawyer said calmly. However, this property belongs to Miss Kelly Smith. You have no legal right to reside here. This constitutes unlawful occupation, and you are required to vacate immediately. Immediately from now, Chris shouted. It's snowing out there. We have kids. Where are we supposed to go? That's none of my concern. My grandfather spat. Did you worry about where Kelly would go when she was trembling alone in the dead of winter, living in transitional housing? Kelly spent 5 months in hell. You will now spend far longer facing the consequences of your own stupidity. Please forgive us. My mother collapsed to the floor. If the monthly support stops, we can't survive. Support that ends today. I've instructed my asset management firm to permanently stop all transfers to you. I've also revised my will. You will not receive a single cent. No, that's impossible. 72 hours, a police officer announced. You have 72 hours to collect your personal belongings and vacate. Formal eviction proceedings will follow. What followed was pure chaos. Ashley ran around clutching her handbags. Chris tried to carry out expensive liquor bottles and was stopped by the police. My parents screamed at each other, hurling blame back and forth. This was the true face of the family I had once longed to be loved by. They were nothing more than parasites bound together by my grandfather's money and my sacrifice. At last, my grandfather delivered his final judgment. Never come near Kelly again. If you attempt to contact
I got you,
Six
Beast.
months passed after that upheaval, and spring arrived. My home is now wrapped in gentle sunlight. The living room, once cluttered and gaudy with my family's unchecked desires, has been reborn as a simple, calm space. As for what became of them afterward, this is what I've heard through the grapevine. My parents eventually divorced after tearing each other apart with constant fighting. My father, David, unable to find steady work because of his age, is scraping by with a traffic control part-time job. My mother, Grace, after going around begging friends for money, was abandoned by all of them and now lives in an old public housing unit. And my sister Ashley and her husband Chris, for the first time in their lives, they are facing the reality of working up a sweat to survive. Ironically, the job Chris ended up with is as a night shift cleaner at the very same cleaning company where I once worked. Ashley, meanwhile, is frying potatoes in fast-food kitchens soaked in grease. They complain about I've now safely reached my final year of nursing school. My grandfather, Frank, often visits on weekends,
Wait.
and we spend time
Oh yeah,
together
you're pharmacology. You're a chemist anyway, so you're actually set up the way I need you to be.
I do not understand why my amulet is further damaged. He must win. You're not okay. I don't know. You got me. Not sure anybody could have done what he did. Me, Shanks, like a chiller. Here to congratulate us on our victory, sorcerer. What? Shanks, you have been revitalized, I see. I didn't realize your master was in the habit of rewarding failure.
The Emperor has an operated
I see no reason to participate in any plan of yours.
The Emperor proposes a single tournament to replace the current system of 10. It will be held in Outworld. If Earthrealm does not win, Outworld will absorb it. If Earthrealm wins, Shao Kahn will abandon his claim to it forever.
Give your emperor.
My sister-in-law disconnected my 8-year-old son's hospital alarm. Nurses found him flatlined. 20 minutes later, made sure she paid for it. I'm sorry. I need to start by telling you about my son. Survive past June. My husband Maxwell and I were devastated when we got the diagnosis. His first open heart surgery when he was 6. But his cardiologist, Dr. Morrison, careful monitoring necessities of possible surgery. His heart is fragile. Cardiac event, chest pain, difficulty breathing, irregular Make sure his teachers and school nurse knew exactly what to watch for. Maxwell and I became experts on our son's heart condition out of necessity. Life returned to something close to normal for about a year and a half. Oliver was active, happy, doing well in school. Then, 2 months ago, he started having chest pain and irregular heartbeat. We rushed him to Cedarville Medical Center, and Dr. Morrison admitted that he
I hate these damn things.
She's actually found this of a tree. Awesome.
Maxwell and I started dating 7 years ago, she made it clear
Get some Pokeballs out.
Questioning the nurses about Oliver's care in this aggressive way. Are you sure you're giving him the right dosage? How often are you actually checking on him? My brother and sister-in-law are very emotional right now, so I need to make sure someone rational is overseeing things. One of the nurses, a kind woman named Sharon, who'd been taking care of Oliver since he was admitted, pulled me aside. Mrs. Foster, I need to mention something. Your sister-in-law has been asking very specific questions about Oliver's monitors and alarms. What they track, how they work, what happens if they're turned off. It seemed odd. Why would she ask about that? I don't know, but it made me uncomfortable. I wanted you to be aware, I told Maxwell, but he brushed it off. She probably just wants to understand his care. She's curious. She works in medical sales, remember? Sharon thought it was weird. Sharon was I wish I'd pushed harder. I wish I'd trusted my instinct and I heard by a nurse. She was positioned so her body blocked the view of what exactly she was doing. But the hospital's technical team confirmed that the alarm was disconnected at 6:23 p.m. Bridget left the room at 6:36. My mom returned at 6:37. The alarm remained disconnected until the code blew at 7 o'clock. The hospital called the police. Detectives came to interview everyone. When they found Bridget, she actually
Hey, vibes.
When confronted with this evidence, Bridget finally admitted the truth to her lawyer, who then tried to negotiate a plea deal. She disconnected the alarm on purpose. She wanted to teach me a lesson about being overprotective. Her plan, according to her statement, was that Oliver would have some minor medical event. The nurses wouldn't be immediately alerted, and by the time anyone noticed, it would prove that I was right to be concerned, but also that my constant hovering wasn't the only thing keeping Oliver safe. I thought the nurses would check on him anyway, she told me. I didn't think anything serious would actually happen. I just wanted Selena to see that her anxiety was causing problems. The delusion was staggering. She deliberately endangered a child's life to prove a point about my parenting. What she hadn't counted on was how serious Oliver's heart condition actually was. When his heart started failing and no alarm sounded, those minutes were the difference between life and death. Maxwell was destroyed when he learned the truth. His sister had nearly killed our son. There was no defending that, no excusing it. I knew she didn't like Selena, but this he couldn't even finish the sentence. Thomas Ray denied him first. Bridget made a mistake. Can be the difference between full recovery and death or permanent brain damage. By disconnecting that alarm, Miss Foster eliminated a safety net that was keeping Oliver alive. The prosecutor also presented Bridget's search history and text messages. This wasn't ignorance, she argued. The defendant researched how these systems work. She knew what she was doing. She was willing to risk a child's life because she was jealous of his mother. My victim impact statement at the trial. I stood in that courtroom and described watching my son's heart start to
to 107,000.
I'm sorry, son.
Alright, so I can go get some better gear.
He wrote her one letter after the sentencing, and I read it before he sent it. You almost killed my son because you were jealous of my wife. There's no coming back from that. Don't contact me. Don't contact Selena. And when you get out of prison, stay away from my family. You're my sister by blood, but you're dead to me. All of you recovered physically, but the trauma affected him. He developed anxiety about hospitals and medical procedures. We got him into therapy with a child psychologist who specializes in medical trauma. He's making progress, slowly learning that he's safe, that what happened wasn't his fault. I'm in therapy too, working through my own trauma and trust issues. It's hard to let anyone watch Oliver now, even people I've known for years. Natasha has been incredibly patient, understanding that I canceled meetings because I can't leave Oliver's side. The therapist tells me that I'm getting easier with time. Some days I'm better. Other days I still wake up in a panic, remembering that flat line, that horrible beep, thinking I was watching my son die. A year has passed since that terrible night. Oliver is 9 now, and his heart has remained stable. Dr. Morrison says he's doing remarkably well, all things considered. He still needs monitoring, still needs to be careful, but he's living a relatively normal life. He plays soccer in a modified league for kids with health conditions. He's back in school making friends, laughing again. Some nights when I watch him sleep, I still can't believe we didn't lose him. Maxwell and I are closer now, forged stronger by the trauma we survived together. Kate, he's done a lot of work in therapy, dealing with the his sister. He apologized to me.
Get some Pokeballs in the chat, bitches.
most heroic horse in history was hired to haul
Pokeballs!
Tokyo to a connection. Then the long dark hallway, with the window shade down, and the cabin humming, and I didn't sleep. I worked on a toast. I wrote a toast on a flight to away I would not be allowed to attend. I wrote about how Mary used to make me read to her when there was a storm, how she'd climb into my bed and put her cold feet on my legs and say one more chapter, and how I always read one more chapter. I rewrote the ending of it 3 times somewhere over the dateline so it wouldn't sound too sad. I bought a dress in the Tokyo airport because mine had wrinkled, a green one, on sale because it was the last of the season, and I changed into it in a family family restroom near gate 41 and did my face in the mirror under those long, flattering lights and thought, my sister is getting married. And I felt the simple animal happiness of that, the kind that doesn't ask questions. I bought a gift on the layover too, a set of heavy crystal tumblers, because Kate's father supposedly married on glassware. They're still in a box in my apartment in Singapore with a silver paper. I never did anything with them. I wanted on the record that I came happy. I came with feet that didn't hurt yet, and a toast in my phone, and 18 hours of nothing but looking forward to it. That is the version of me that walked up to the welcome table. She doesn't exist anymore, and I'm not pretending to mourn her, but she existed, and she was nice, and she got handed an envelope. I asked to see my mother. Bianca said she'd check, which meant she wouldn't. But I'd already spotted my mother across the foyer in a champagne dress, holding a flip, laughing up at Tate's father with her whole face. The laugh she wanted to impress. I walked over. The man in the gray vest moved with me 2 steps back. A polite shout of, Mom. She turned, and the laugh stayed on her mouth a half second after it left her eyes. Camille. She glanced at the buttons. You got my note. I got your note. This isn't the place. She said it with a smile, barely moving her lips. We are not doing this here. Doing what? I flew 18 hours. I'm in the dress. I'd like to see my sister get married. Baron doesn't want any tension today. She finally looked at me, and there was something almost fleeting in it, for her, not for me. Please don't. Please be the daughter who doesn't. We talked about it. We just think it's better if today is light. The Brennans don't know about all the history, business. We didn't want it hanging over everything. She touched my arm, gently. The gentleness of a person closing the door slowly so it doesn't bang. You understand? You've always understood. You're the practical one. That's the sentence. You're the practical one. She'd used it my whole life, like a leash with a soft collar. Where's Marin? I said. She didn't want to, but I held still and didn't blink. And eventually she sighed and tipped her head, and Marin came out from the bridal suite hallway, in a dress that probably cost what the lighting cost. Beautiful, furious, already crying the careful kind of crying that doesn't ruin makeup. Why are you making this hard? Marin said. No, hello. Today is supposed to be about me. I'm not making anything hard. I'm standing here. You're standing here because you want everyone to know you paid. I say this. You want the credit. She wiped under her eyes. Always acted harder. The big sister who saved it. steps into the parking lot, where the floodlights made everything look like a film set, and the cicadas were screaming in the trees. And I got into my rental car and put my hands on the wheel and I cried. I'm not going to dress it up. I cried hard, the ugly kind, the kind where you make sounds you don't recognize, for about 4 minutes, in a rented sedan in the gravel lot of Ardmore Estate, in a green dress I bought in the Tokyo airport, with a toast in my phone. The cicadas didn't care. The string lights 6. I heard the little intake breath when she got there. The silence of reading. The silence of a person whose eyes are moving down a paragraph and slowing. I knew the paragraph. Section 7. Top of the page. Dana's plain, dry language. No place to hide. If any borrower repudiates the lender's standing in the family, in writing or in any public manner, or excludes the lender from the funded event, the lender's remaining funding obligation becomes void, immediately and automatically, and the borrowers assume direct and sole liability to the vendors. You know, I said while she read, in your own handwriting, blue pen, you had a wedding coordinator handed to me at the door. It said I wasn't family, and I wasn't invited. You put it in writing, Mom. You and Merritt decided I was good enough to go to the wedding and not good enough to sit at it. And you put that decision
Pokeballs. Ugh.
Oh shit, I gotta get up and go check laundry. Bathroom and coffee too, so be right back. Hang tight. Okay. Sorry about that. Took a little bit of time, but shit got done.
She knew where the bodies were buried. Nolan, she said, and her voice had that particular tightness that told me she'd already read Marshall's letter. We need to talk. I agree. What you're doing is a suspension of signature authority. It's going to create significant complications. It's going to create exactly the complications that Gerard authorized Eric to handle your transition. Last week, the separation agreement was prepared by outside counsel. Outside counsel who apparently didn't read the signature. I'm telling you this in the spirit of transparency. Vivian, did you read the separation agreement before it was presented? A pause that lasted Thursday, she said carefully. I know the equity implications. I was told those would be addressed separately. Addressed separately? By whom? By the CEO's office. She erased it. And she'd been told to shut up. Vivian, here's what I need. I need an emergency meeting. Not a call. A meeting. In person. With every director present. I need it before Friday. The merger closes Friday, Nolan. I'm aware. If the board can't be made before, then the merger doesn't close. And Meridian pays a $32 million breakup fee. And the board gets to explain to shareholders why they let a 26-year-old with a communications degree from Fairfield fire a founding equity holder 3 days before the biggest deal in company history. That one landed. I can hear it land. I'll make the calls, Vivian said. Give me 2 hours. She called back and all 7 directors confirmed. He said he'd be there. That night, I sat in my home office. My work had still had a break. Recorded me in the warehouse on Piedmont Avenue. Both of us 32 years old. Both of us not enough to think we could build something that mattered. And I read the original signatures required for any transaction exceeding $50 million. The rest of a simple merger is valued at $480 million. Mr. Hargrove has not signed. The merger cannot close. He opened his litigation bag and pulled out 7 identical folders, one for each merger. In these folders, you'll find the relevant charter provisions. Uncomfortable quiet. Decision quiet. The kind of quiet that happens when 7 people with fiduciary obligations look at the map and realize there's only one answer. Camille called for a closed session. Marshall and I stepped into the hallway. We stood in the parking structure and watched the traffic on Whitfield Boulevard.
I should be about where I need to go.
A homeless man was in front of the school, and a school resource officer was attempting to trespass him. The man became irate and punched a teacher, fleeing the scene. About a mile from the initial scene, the suspect was stopped by a man in civilian attire. He also happens to be a volunteer SWAT medic for the Philadelphia Sheriff's Office.
Jesus. Damn it!
This is the natural process of You've got to be kidding me. You
How do I beat these guys? Okay, how do you beat these fucking things?
This security system integrated with fingerprint authentication. At the same time, I overhauled the security of the entire house. All the windows were fitted with security film and sensors, and high-resolution surveillance cameras were installed throughout the property. Everything was linked to my smartphone, allowing me to monitor my castle 24 hours a day from anywhere on the planet. Physically and mentally, this house became a literal fortress, one that no one could ever violate. A few weeks later, the garage was reborn in perfect form, more beautiful and more functional than before. It was as if it reflected my own self, made stronger through trials. To celebrate its completion, the first person I invited was Heather. As her eyes sparkled at the sight of the transformed space, I treated her to the finest champagne. This was my sanctuary and a place to share happy moments with someone dear to me. Half a year passed and my daily life in the community returned to peace. The hateful incident now felt like a distant nightmare from long ago. Then one day while shopping at the supermarket, an unexpected person called out to me. It was my Aunt Judith who had doted on me when I was a child. "Well, Brianna, you look so well. I'm relieved. I tried contacting you so many times, but I couldn't reach you. I was really worried." From the relief on her face, I could tell she genuinely cared. "You really went through so much." Aunt Judith had always been one of the few relatives who consistently stood on my side. I nodded quietly and replied, "Thank you, Aunt Judith. I'm all right now." Hearing that, she hesitated slightly. Speaking about my parents' situation with an apologetic look. My parents were girls. They lived in a small apartment on the west side. It seems it was really they had to pay. And then she lowered her voice. "They keep telling Maureen that it's time for her to leave." She shut herself in a room and spends all day playing games. I hear them fighting, but I never see them. They yell at each other every single day. She looked at me as if my heart was strangely calm. No guilt, no pity rose within me. I simply thought quietly that they were receiving the natural consequences of their own actions. I parted ways with my aunt and returned to my home. As I polished my beloved car in the fully restored garage, I savored this quiet, fulfilling time I had gained. The face reflected in the gleaming hood was calm. I did not regret that decision in the slightest. All that filled my chest was a quiet pride in having protected my property and my dignity. It was not the exhilaration of having defeated someone else, but a deep, serene sense of affirmation that came from believing in my own worth and never yielding it. This house is my castle, a sanctuary that no one can violate, and the only place where my soul can truly rest. I am certain that my real life, one where I am never exploited, and where I build my future on my own 2 feet, begins here and now.
So I got pulled over for speeding the other day, and the cop comes up to the car and goes, "Why were you speeding?" I said, "Because I'm in a hurry." He goes, "What are you in a hurry for?"
I see.
So damn important. And I said, "Well, actually, I'm going to rip in the stretcher." And he goes, "Here we go again. March 13th.
Morning, my wife texted me. It's changed. Wants her real dad. By noon, I canceled my plans, sold the house, and left town. At 6:42 a.m., last unofficial date, Linda texted. Plans changed.
So my suspicion of how to win this was right, but my setup sucks.
They're staring at the screen like it might blink and apologize. The call from Mondays. That last ditch call I had recorded. The AM radio. Outside the maple by the driveway.
We're gonna let this fucking play out.
Mississippi River. It said mine. Vibrated again. I stood quietly and walked to the sink. I poured the coffee out without tasting it. The mug clicked. I wasted it. I rinsed it in. This time it wasn't another text. It was a voicemail notification. His voice I knew before I came down. Tight and fast. Mark, don't make this into a thing, she said. It's just empty acid. For this. You understand, right? Call me when you've calmed down. Closed my eyes. I saw Emily at 12 sitting at this same table with her math homework spread out crying because Rick hadn't shown up again. I remember pulling out the chair next to her, not the head chair, and saying, okay, kiddo, let's do this together.
Alright.
I remember the way she'd smiled, then crooked and blinking
You had
when she
mastered Summoner.
I played the
Have you?
voicemail again. Linda's voice
No.
sounded practiced the second time.
You?
Like she'd said it in her head before calling.
Nope.
I didn't call back. By 9:30, I was supposed to be on the road to Dubuque for a dealership visit. I put on my jacket, grabbed my keys, and stopped in the hallway where the family photos hung. There was one from the year we refinanced Linda and Emily on the couch. Me standing just off to the side, hand on the back cushion, like I wasn't sure I belonged in the frame. I'd never noticed that before. At the dealership, I shook hands, talked numbers, nodded at the right times. I missed a question and had to ask them to repeat it. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. It buzzed again and again. On the drive back, I pulled into a Casey's and sat in the truck with the engine idling. I listened to the phone ring until it stopped. The silence out.
Bring on the fun and bring home the new Honda. Honda vehicles are built for exploring. So, if you might stop, you're not done. Hurry here to the Honda dealer today.
Afterward felt heavy, like a door closing somewhere I couldn't reach. I thought about calling my buddy Tom from the VFW. I thought about calling my sister in Mullen. I thought about calling Rick Donnelly and asking him what the hell he thought he was doing. Stepping back into my life like a guest who finally noticed the bill. Instead, I drove home. The house was too quiet. Linda had left early for the airport, so the bed was made tight and flat like a hotel. I sat at the table again in that head chair and looked at the empty place settings. I imagined Linda and Emily on the cruise deck, wind in their hair, Rick leaning on the railing like he'd earned the view. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from Emily this time. Please respect our space. I stared at it until the letters blurred. I set the phone down. I didn't throw it. I didn't swear. I just turned it face down and pushed it a few inches away like you do with something hot you don't want to touch anymore. The AM radio clicked to the new news. A story about river levels, about boats, about departures and returns. I sat there longer than I meant to, listening, breathing, letting the hurt settle into something heavier and steadier. Something that wasn't yelling, something that didn't need to be. That was the moment it stopped being about the cruise. That was the moment I understood that this wasn't a misunderstanding or a bad morning. It was a line being drawn, one they'd been inching toward for years while I paid the bills and smiled for photos. I stood up, took the chair at the head of the table, and pushed it in under the table, like I was clearing a space. Then I picked up my phone and turned off the notifications. I didn't sleep much that night. Not the tossing and turning kind, just the kind where your eyes are closed, but your brain keeps walking in circles. Every time I drifted off, that line came back my real family. It sat there like grit under a contact lens, small but impossible to ignore. At 5:30, I gave up. I shaved, dressed, and made coffee again. This time, I drank it standing up. The house felt different in the early morning light, like it was waiting for instructions. I checked my phone out of habit. 3 missed calls from Linda, 2 voicemails. I didn't listen. On the drive to work, the AM radio faded in and out between stations. A farm report, then talk about interest rates. I thought about the word rates the way a man thinks about whether something you can't argue with, only prepare for. At the office, I lasted until 10 before my hands started to shake. I told my assistant I needed to step out and drove straight to Davenport Community Credit Union. I'd been banking there since before Linda, before Emily, before all of this. Same parking lot, same squeaky door. The woman at the counter, Susan, smiled like she always Linda's did. Morning, Mark. What can I help you with? I need to look at my accounts, I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. She pulled everything up without fuss. Checking, savings, the auto debits. I watched the screen scroll. Mortgage, utilities, insurance. And there it was. The cruise. Payment scheduled like clockwork. All in my name. Susan glanced at me. Everything okay? I nodded, just making sure. I went back to my truck and sat there with the printouts on my lap. The paper smelled faintly of toner and coffee. I stared at the numbers until they started to feel less like an accusation and more like information. Cold, useful. That night, instead of going home right away, I pulled into the VFW post on West 3rd Street. The parking lot was half full. Inside, the lights were low in the air. Smelled like fried onions and old stories. I ordered a beer and sat at the end of the bar. Walt Prendergast slid onto the stool next to me without asking. 80 years old, if he was a day Navy cap worn soft as felt. He looked at me sideways. You look like hell, he said. Feel worse, I answered. I didn't tell him everything, just enough. The text, the cruise, the way it landed. Walt took a sip and nodded once. People don't change, he said. They just get more honest when they think they've won. I stared at him. Blow things up. He set his glass down. Yourself something new. Somewhere they don't have a key. That stuck with me. I finally it was one of those metal ones that pull the drawer too fast. There's some receipts and folders I used, because that's what my dad taught me to do. Erases paper. My signature. I got the invoice from the mechanic. Small amounts, stick years long. I remember
Shit, that's right.
sweet, necessary. Transfers I didn't recognize at first. Small. And when we moved to
God damn it!
She asked. I'm no longer a passenger, I said. She processed it without effort. That afternoon, I called an attorney recommended by and the next day, expected, time loosened desk clerk. House's title solely in your name, he said after one review. And Sarah, I asked. She lives there, he said. Slow. I sat at the table again, in a chair, and spread the papers out. Laying face down beside them, silent. I was tired, for the first time, sure. Patience was really the mission. I get it. I said, I slid the chair back in on the table.
Holy shit!
Because I needed to hear my own thoughts without Linda's voice talking over them. Silence does that. It gives you room to see what you've been avoiding. The realtor answered with a second name. Her name was Karen Whitney, based out of London. I met her once years ago at a neighborhood barbecue. I'm thinking of selling, I said. She didn't ask why. She just asked for the address. We walked through the house 2 days later. I kept my hands in my pockets while she took notes, tapping walls, checking windows. The place looked smaller than I remembered, like it had already started letting go of me. Your wife knows. She asked carefully.
No.
She's traveling, I said.
Damn it.
Karen nodded. We can move fast if you want, but just so you know, if she contests it, it could get loud. I'm used to loud, I said. I'm done with noise. That night, my phone rang while I was packing a box of old work shirts. Linda's name lit up the screen. I didn't answer. It rang again, then again. The vibration walked the phone across the desk. I listened to her. Her voice had shifted from annoyance hands and stared at the Then I picked the phone up and waited. Linda was the first to call. I didn't answer.
Pokeball's out.
Minutes later, Emily. I didn't answer that either. Karen filled in the rest later, piece by piece, her voice calm in that realtor way. That sounds like she's describing weather damage instead of a life coming apart. Linda had pulled into the driveway, laughing, suitcase still in. The trunk. Emily was behind her sunglasses and phone in hand. They both thought it was funny at first. Some car they didn't recognize, lawn trimmed differently. A new planter by the door. Then Linda tried the key. Karen said she rattled the knob hard, like she thought the lock might apologize and open out of embarrassment. When the door didn't budge, Linda stepped back and stared at the house like it had personally betrayed her. She called my name out loud. Then she started dialing. Inside, Ben Morales opened the door, halfway, chin still. He was polite, apologetic, even told her they just moved in that morning, gave his name, asked if he could help. Linda laughed, a short, sharp sound, told him he was in her house, then asked her what she meant. That's when Linda started yelling. Alyssa came up behind him, one hand on her stomach. Emily stood frozen, throat down, face pale. Karen said it was the silence that got to her the most that half second when Emily looked around like someone waiting for a punch. The police came. 2 officers, one older guy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Paperwork was shown. Names were read. Dates were checked. The older officer turned to Linda and said, "Ma'am, whose name is on the deed?" Karen told me Linda didn't answer right away. That Palmer.
Safe drinking water isn't optional. It's essential. So is the need for system-wide solutions from our farms through our cities designed to protect it. Iowa farmers have taken meaningful action, including planting nearly 4
That was when it landed. Linda called me again. I answered on the 4th ring. "Mark," she said, breathless. "What did you do?" I leaned back in the booth and looked out at the parking lot. A semi rolled past. Somewhere a car alarm chirped and stopped. "I sold the house," I said. "You can't do that," she snapped. "That's our home." "It was my house," I said. "You just lived in it." She started talking fast then. Threats court. How dare I? How Rick would never have done this. Rick. Emily came on the line after that. She didn't yell. That almost hurt more. "I didn't think you'd really do it," she said. Her voice cracked on the word really. "I didn't think you'd really mean what you said," I replied. I kept my voice steady. It took effort, but here we are. There was a long pause. I could hear Linda in the background saying my name like it was a bad word. "I raised you," I said finally. "I didn't rent a place in your life." Emily didn't answer. The call ended. I finished my coffee. It tasted bitter now. That night, I sat alone in the small rental I'd lined up a place near. The river, nothing fancy. I unfolded the card Ben and Alyssa had left in my mailbox. A thank you note. A picture of their ultrasound tucked inside. I sat at the little table and imagined the old dining room. The head, chair, the place where I used to sit and try to keep things together. For the first time, the chair was empty, and it didn't feel like a loss.
Alright, well,
They filed the complaint a week later.
with a little bit of information hunting help, I figured out how to win the fight I needed to win, so I can move on. Would have been easier if I'd have been fucking smart and gotten certain things that I didn't fucking get when I had a shot, and I'm a fucking retarded idiot for that. Not gonna lie.
Tucked under my arm, heavy with paper and memory. Linda arrived 10 minutes late, heels clicking too loud on the tile. Emily followed her and eyes down, clutched like a shield. Rick Donnelly trailed behind them, hands in his pockets, smile too easy for the room he was in.
That was on me.
A woman in her 60 seconds with reading glasses hanging on a chain looked over the file inside once. "Let's keep this simple," she said. "We're here to discuss property." Linda jumped in before I could sit. "He abandoned us," she said, pointing at me like I was a stain. "He sold our home out from under us. My daughter was humiliated. The mediator held up a hand. Mr. Halverson, you'll have a chance. I waited. That was the hardest part, letting the words pile up without interrupting. Linda talked about
But
sacrifice, about
I
family,
got a lot of
about
work
how I
done,
always promised to take care of them.
and now it's time to find a target for tonight.
When the mediator
Now, I don't see anyone
I
playing
stood and placed the envelope on the table.
Final Fantasy V here,
Soft, solid
but I
sound.
do see a gentleman
I didn't abandon anyone. I said,
playing Final Fantasy II, so we're going to raid to
calm, even. I stopped paying for
when
all the fireworks allowed to
Moogles attack.
open the envelope and slid the documents
So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It 100% makes our day and makes all of this worth it. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your Immortal Synth Emperor signing out, saying I will see you motherfuckers tomorrow. Later.
money and promised to pay it back. You mean like she deserved child support? I asked. The room went quiet. Rick's smile faltered. That's not. I've got the receipts for that too, I said, tapping the envelope. Insurance gaps, tuition shortfalls, emergency repairs, things you missed. Emily finally looked up. Her eyes were wet, but there was something else there too. Recognition. The mediator cleared her throat. This isn't about feelings, she said. Legally speaking, Mr. Halverson acted within his rights. Linda's face flushed. So, he just gets away with it. I met her eyes. I didn't get away, I said. I paid for 14 years. No one clapped. No gavel slammed. But something shifted all the same. Linda slumped back in her chair. Rick leaned away from the table. Emily stared at her hands. The mediator closed the file. There's no standing here to challenge the sale. She said, we're done. Outside, the sun was bright on the courthouse steps. I stood there a moment, breathing in air that felt earned. Emily came up last. She stopped a few feet away. I didn't know about all of it, she said quietly. I know, I replied. Look, I did. But knowing now matters. She nodded once. Didn't hug me. Didn't apologize. Not yet. I walked to my truck alone, the envelope lighter than it had been going in. The river was low that fall, the kind of low where the rocks show their backs and the water slides around them instead of over. I learned that sitting on the bank most mornings with a thermos and a cheap folding chair. Watching the Mississippi wake up the same way I did, slow, honest, without apology. The rental was small, one bedroom, a table just big enough for two, though it was usually just me. The radio worked if you turned the dial just right. I like that. Things that require a little patience tend to tell you the truth. I didn't hear from Linda for weeks. When I did, it was a short email about mail forwarding and a bill she thought I still owed. I forwarded it to my attorney and let it go. No reply, no explanation. Silence had become a tool I knew how to use without hurting myself. Emily texted once in October. One line, can we talk? Sometime? I stared at it longer than I meant to. I thought about the night she'd sat at the kitchen table with her homework spread out. The way she leaned her head against my shoulder when the numbers didn't make sense. We can talk, I wrote back. When you're ready to listen to. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our places. Neutral ground. She looked older than I remembered. Tired baby, I'm just awake. I didn't know about the money she said after a while. About the bills you pay.